We give thanks and praise to the Lord for his great love, mercy that he has bestowed on us. I will just read a portion of the scripture before we pray. It says, "But for their sake I will remember the covenant with their ancestors, whom I brought out of Egypt in the sight of all nations, to be their God. For I am the Lord." And the scripture is taken out of Leviticus that describe a time when the Lord wanted to punish the children of Israel for their disobedience. But because of the faith and the covenant of the ancestors that were made, he repented from that position and showed them mercy. It is my prayer that whenever we find ourselves in trouble because of the faith of our ancestors that we learned and we stand on, that God will also show us mercy. The second scripture I would read is from Acts 17:23. The NIV put it this way. It says, "As I walk around and look carefully at your objects of worship, I even found an altar with the inscription, 'To an unknown God.' So you are ignorant of the very thing you worship. And this is what I want to proclaim to you," says Paul. And I want to literally hijack the text to say that as we consider our ancestors and our foreparents, there are a lot of unknown heroes. And for instance, in 1970, all history records that I could find, in 1790 that is, that the first notable uprising against slavery that was put down quickly, and the person was executed. And then we move on to the Shelley Martins in 1831 and so on. It is my prayer that when we enter our heroes' village that the government will put up somewhere, and when we have our halls of heroes, or when we have our emancipation and people walk into our emancipation village, and when we see the faces of the Faulkners and the Stouts and the De Castros and the Shelley Martins, that we also see a blank that speaks about those unnamed heroes, that those who were recorded in history did not put their names. So I look forward to this village and this time when our youth will have a legacy and an inheritance that includes our heroes and our foreparents and the sacrifice that they have made. Let us pray. Father, it is with humble hearts that we approach you today to simply say thank you. Thank you for mercy. Thank you for grace. We can truly say, if it had not been for the Lord on our side, where would we be? But because of your great mercy and love for the people of African descent, not only in the BVI, but throughout the Caribbean and Americas, that were ripped from their land and families and brought here to be enslaved. And through the many years of torture and pain, you still had mercy enough to allow us to be birthed into this free land. And we want to give you thanks. As this honorable house gather to remember them, we pray, God, that we will not just remember them for their act, but for their faith and for their godly and moral principles on which they stood, by which they live. So, God, thank you once again, and we bless you in the name of our Lord Yeshua the Christ. Amen.
Please be seated. This House now convenes its sitting. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oaths. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on the 29th of June 2023, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th day of September 2023, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the speaker.
Thank you. I wish to say a pleasant good afternoon to everyone, to our honorable members, to the clerk, to the staff of the House of Assembly, to our visiting guests who are presently in the gallery, as well to our listening audience. Welcome. I also wish to recognize the former Deputy Governor, Mrs. Rosalie Adams, OBE, who is also present with us today. So welcome, and I do hope that you enjoy today's proceedings. Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 5, statements by ministers. Item number 6, notices of motions given orally.
Yes, I call upon the leader of the opposition.
Amended to include the resolution for the formation of PAC. Madam Speaker, we're 6 months going now, and it's time the formation of PAC happens. We have gotten the legal opinion, and I move that the resolution be placed on today's order paper. So, Madam Speaker, I move that the order paper be amended, that the resolution for the formation of PAC be put in the appropriate place on the order paper. I so moved.
Honorable, before you take your seat, may I ask, is notice generally required for such motions? If so,
No,
can you
Madam.
satisfy
I,
me?
I don't think so, Madam Speaker. It was a matter that was before the House last meeting, and we promised that we will bring it back as at the next sitting, and here is the next sitting.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to also strengthen the position of the Leader of the Opposition, because at the last occasion we were in fact waiting on a legal opinion, which was received. As a matter of fact, the legal opinion was received before the resolution for today's sitting was received. So there was opportune time for what we promised to do to be done. And we have already spoken about the importance of the Public Accounts Committee. And as the Leader of the Opposition said, it's been 6 months. It is something that I think we can properly dispose of today.
Okay, Honorable, again, before you take your seat, are you able to indicate whether or not notice is required for this sort of motion?
To the best of my knowledge, and I stand corrected, but to the best of my knowledge, it's not required.
Premier?
Yes, Madam Speaker, to your question, notice is required for any particular motion, and that is Standing Order 23. And Madam Speaker, beyond that, I would say that we had agreed this would be a special sitting where we would not be dealing with any government business. And I had indicated, Madam Speaker, that after we have the advice, the next sitting where we consider regular business, we would deal with the issue of PAC. So I want to let the opposition know there is no effort to avoid forming PAC while they are quite anxious to get it formed. I would just kindly ask that today we deal with the matter of the national heroes and leave that for the next sitting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. A motion has been moved, and I will take a short recess so that I can consider all things. We'll take a short recess. House now resumes its sitting. While I have had the opportunity to consider the motion that was moved, I will call on the Leader of the Opposition at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in light of having a meeting in 10 days, I would like to move that my motions be withdrawn. Second.
Madam Speaker, I raise the second motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. At this time, I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to give notice.
Notice, right? Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 7.1, Roman numeral 1, under order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, public business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the following motion. Whereas the Public Holidays Act, Cap 199, was amended by the Public Holidays Amendment Act 2021, number 40 of 2021, providing inter alia for an amendment to the schedule to the Act, which provides for listed public holidays by deleting under paragraph 5 St. Ursula's Day, being the 21st day of October, as a public holiday, and substituting with Heroes and Foreparents Day, being the third Monday in October. Whereas in accordance with Section 8A of the Act, the Public Holidays Oversight Committee was approved by Cabinet on the 13th October 2021 to manage Heroes and Foreparents Day and to establish criteria for the selection of national heroes, and to consider and propose a list of persons to be named as national heroes, particularly persons whose outstanding service or extraordinary achievement has contributed significantly to national development, redounded to the honor of the Virgin Islands, and changed the course of history. Whereas the committee, inclusive of BVI historians, in recognition of Heroes and Foreparents Day, agree that persons deserving of the honor of being named a national hero should include persons whose actions demonstrated courage in the face of adversity, dedication, and self-sacrifice, resulting in a fundamental change in the course of the growth and development of the Virgin Islands, and as such developed the following criteria for the first tier class of national heroes, the historical tier. 1, actions taken by an individual which must have provided leadership and or a catalyst to a collective historical movement in the Virgin Islands, key defining moments or events in the life story or history of the Virgin Islands for the cause of humanity, universal liberty or freedom, social justice or self-determination. These collective movements and events would have led to a shift or a change on the trajectory of the growth and development of the Virgin Islands. Actions taken by an individual who must have carried or magnified the voice of the people of the Virgin Islands, so that the individual gave voice to the collective historical movement carrying out the will of the people. And 3, actions taken by an individual must have required a demonstration of significant courage in the face of adversity, pain, and self-sacrifice. Whereas members of the committee, in considering the names of persons proposed to be named as national heroes, has recommended that the first class be a historical tier and that the first group of persons recommended to receive the honor of a national hero be as follows. 1, Mr. Shelley Martin. 2, Ms. Perrine Georges. 3, Mr. Augustus McClevity. 4, Mr. Obadiah Dawson. 5, Mr. Henry Garnett. 6, Mr. Theodore Faulkner. 7, Mr. Isaac Glanville Fonseca. 8, Mr. Carlton De Castro. 9, Mr. H. Lavity Stout. And 10, Mr. Noah Lloyd. Now, therefore be it resolved by the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands that the listed criteria for the first tier class of national heroes and the list of persons recommended to receive honor of national heroes by the Public Holidays Oversight Committee be approved. Madam Speaker, I just got a little excited in my spirit. I get thrown off my game a little bit. And I looked down at Mr. James Alfred Christopher. And I heard the voice, settle down. Settle down, settle down. So I have settled down, Madam Speaker, so I can speak on this very significant resolution. So I can speak on this very significant resolution. Resolution to officially declare in the Virgin Islands for the first time national heroes. And I want to recognize those persons who are in the gallery.
Premier, I'm sorry to interrupt. Perhaps we should get your second, and then let me open the floor for debate, and at that point you can give your, if you don't mind.
So normally I don't give my contribution first before the second? Or?
It really should be for the floor to be open for debate. So let me just get the second and just officially open the floor.
Hold it down.
Speaker, I rise to second this motion.
Thank you. The floor is now open for debate. Premier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Settle down again, yes. Thank you, Brother Christopher. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize persons in the gallery. We have representing Shelley Martin, his descendants, Donald and Alvin Martin. H. Lavity Stout, we have his daughter, and his niece Peggy Stout and Gwendolyn Ruben. Carlton De Castro, we have Lambert De Castro, Judith De Castro, Mary De Castro, Rosemary De Castro, and Deidre Samuel. Representing Isaac Glanville Fonseca, we have Jennifer Fonseca Wassel and Neville Fonseca Wassel. Representing Noah Lloyd, we have Rosalie Adams, Claire Lee Turnbull, Mally Hughes, Joanne Hill, and Philippa Barry. Representing Theodore Faulkner, we have Janice Calwood. I'm not sure if Janice Calwood is there. Janice Calwood, yes. And also Jason Calwood. And we also have Dr. Kathy Smith, the Director of Culture, a member of the committee. And we also have Rochelle Smith, the Assistant Director of Virgin Islands Studies Institute, representing H. Laverty Stout Community College, which the President and the Director of Virgin Islands Studies are represented on the committee. I want to thank, and also Dr. Angel Smith as well, acting in the role as our national archivist, and of course a historian who is a resource person for the committee. And I want to thank them for being present on this very special day. Madam Speaker, growing up, I used to like comic books. I was an avid reader of comic books. And comic books always had heroes. And heroes always were the individuals who would fight for what was right. And of course, we had villains as well. And the villains would always do the wrong things. And I gained a love and appreciation for persons who were heroes. Because in the world that we live in, there is a battle between good and evil. And heroes are the persons who fight for what is good. And when we look at the entire world that we live in, all of the persons who have been considered as heroes all throughout the world have fought against a great evil in the world. One of the evils that especially have inflicted pain and suffering on the lives of persons of color is slavery and colonialism. If you look all over the world where there's persons of color who have come into contact with slavery and colonialism, their heroes were persons who fought against it. You can look at a place like Jamaica, and you have Nanny of the Maroons or Cujo of the Maroons. And you can think of persons who fought against colonialism and racism, people like Marcus Garvey and Paul Bogle. And you go over to South Africa and you have persons over there. You know, people like Nelson Mandela and all of those other persons who fought against apartheid. And you go to Shaka Zulu, and you go and you think about, I mean, you go to the United States, you have Martin Luther King Jr. and Frederick Douglass and Malcolm X. Anywhere you look in the world where there's this evil of slavery, of colonialism, of racism, of apartheid, of injustice, there are individuals who rose up against it and fought against it. Here in the Virgin Islands, that evil of slavery and colonialism has existed. And in the course of our history, we have individuals who rose up to fight that evil. And as a result of their actions, as a result of their efforts, we have been winning for ourselves a greater measure of freedom, a greater measure of freedom. And to those persons, we all should be grateful. So this is what was conceptualized when we changed the holiday from a celebration of Saint Ursula to Heroes and Foreparents Day. This is a critical part of what we are doing. We are nation building. And in the process of nation building, we must celebrate our successes along the way. We must recognize the efforts of those who have come before us and who have established the foundation that our present society rests on. And that is why we have chosen to celebrate Heroes and Foreparents Day. And I don't just recognize that effort. I recognize the efforts of those who have come before, and I'll recognize Honorable Myron Walwyn in this instance. Because, of course, he commissioned a territorial song, territorial dress, and other symbols. And the purpose of those things is so we can start to strengthen a national identity, separate and apart from the colonial identity which has been imposed on us. And this is also a part of that effort. A very important aspect of that effort of strengthening our national identity by identifying and celebrating heroes who have fought against injustice in our society. And we have these heroes and sheroes before us today. And I must make it clear that there are many names that we do not know. And when our historians do the research and they bring these names to us, and we discover the great exploits of our foreparents, we must add them to the number. And historians play a great role in our society. And they have a very great work to be done. And we've had historians, the ones who I'm closest to and interact with most would be the Dr. Kathy Smith and Dr. Angel Smith. along with persons like Bernardine Louis. You have persons like Quincy Lettsam and persons like Patricia Turnbull and other persons who are historians in their own rights. And the information, some of it is there. Some of it is within our family history. Some of it is a document that is in somebody's house that we need to unearth and discover and get to our historians so that they can help tell the story of the nation. Some of it is in our national archives. Some of it is in these administration buildings someplace. And that we have to do the work of ensuring that we save and rescue some of these documents which are deteriorating as we speak. But we owe a great debt of gratitude to our historians. They have a very important work in our society. So we put a committee together, and this committee brought us these heroes and sheroes. I'll start with Perrine Georges. I think it's appropriate we start with a woman, because all of us started with a woman. And Perrine Georges, persons have come to know the story of Arthur Hodge and Prosper. I'll say this for those who are listening who may not have had the opportunity to do the research. A very short summary. But Perrine Georges testified against the cruelty of Arthur Hodge, who was one of the most vicious planters anywhere in the Caribbean. And the story is told that because of a mango that fell to the ground from a tree, that Prosper happened to pick up, and Arthur Hodge was not pleased with him taking this mango. And of course, a very short summary. I won't go into all of the details. But Arthur Hodge actually murdered Prosper for a mango. And it's through the courage of Perrine Georges, who, while she was a freed woman at that particular time, you know, how free is free during a time like that? And took the opportunity to testify against Arthur Hodge and testified to the cruelty that he inflicted on those individuals, those human beings who were on his plantation. And sometimes we don't realize, because we think that slavery in the Virgin Islands was very benign. Some persons have that view. But when you hear about Arthur Hodge pouring scalding hot water down human beings' throats, and some of the other acts of cruelty that he inflicted on persons, the fact that Perrine Georges' testimony led to the hanging of Arthur Hodge and the execution of a planter, I believe the first time, and maybe the only time, that has happened in the history of the Caribbean, I don't know, perhaps maybe the world, that you would have somebody, because remember now, we were considered as property Not even human beings. You can do what you want with your property. If you want to kill an enslaved person, you can kill the enslaved person. And the fact that her testimony led to the hanging of Arthur Hodge was a historic and momentous event in the course of Virgin Islands history and world history. And it is a story that we must become better in telling. Perrine Georges. I'm not sure who Perrine Georges' descendants are. I would love to know who they are. Then we have Shelley Martin. And of course, again, the evil which is being fought against here is slavery. And we have the Martins. Shelley Martin. I believe also there was an individual by the name of Limerick Martin as well, who are also a part of this story. They used to call them uncles. But we all know the story of Toussaint L'Ouverture and Dessalines and their relationship to the Haitian Revolution, which is famous all over the world. Haiti being the first post-slave black republic in the world, I believe 1804 or so. Came an independent nation due to the rebellion and revolution against, I believe it was the French at the time. The Haitian Revolution, which inspired movements throughout the enslaved, colonized world. And I did not know, and many persons in our society do not know, that we had our own, almost of course unsuccessful, but revolution here, referred to as a conspiracy. But really it was an unsuccessful revolution where Brother Martin organized across plantations on the whole of the island a plan to take over the Virgin Islands and free ourselves from the indignity of slavery. Again, someone who stood up and fought against the evils of slavery. This is Shelley Martin, greatly respected, courageous, and heroic. I will also point to Augustus McLeverty, also someone who I didn't know much about. And we have to thank Dr. Angel Smith for gifting us Augustus McLeverty. I have learned that Augustus McLeverty was the first enslaved person of color to become a member of the Legislative Council. Augustus McLeverty. And I learned that he played a role in organizing the protest against the cattle tax that was imposed on Virgin Islands people. Now we are in the post-slavery period. And persons would describe cattle in the Virgin Islands at that time as almost like a Cadillac. Cattle, if you had cattle, you were wealthy and you were doing well. And of course, we know that that was the way that we survived here in these Virgin Islands. We raised livestock. And of course, we would farm and we would fish. And these became part of our livelihoods as we would go to places like the Danish West Indies or the United States Virgin Islands now to sell our products. And when they imposed that tax on the cattle, it created great discord and great hardship on the people. And persons like Augustus McClevity were a part of the movement to have that tax rescinded. And not just that, I'm told that he, as a member of the council, when lands which the planter class, when the planter class had arrears or owed debts on land, and that land went up for auction, persons like Augustus McClevity would go to the auction and buy up the land and make this land available to the formerly enslaved population. And we speak about land ownership in the Virgin Islands. And the question is, how did that land go from the planters who own these plantations to those persons whose ancestors worked on the plantations? How did that happen? And of course, we know in a cattle tax riot and things like that, many of the persons who were here got so scared that they ran away and they left the Virgin Islands. And then when they were not paying their taxes on their lands, it is our people who ended up buying back this land, buying huge acres of land. And it's this land that became the basis for the economic prosperity that persons in the Virgin Islands are able to enjoy even today. The same land that we go to the bank with to get loans and is able to finance our businesses and etc. That land ownership, which doesn't exist in many other places in the Caribbean following enslavement, because the planter class remained intact in many of these Caribbean islands. And if you look at the most powerful people in the society today, the people who descended from planters. And part of the reason why we are declaring these national heroes is so that we are able to learn more about them. And we have, Madam Speaker, if we just fast forward some time, I'm going to give, even though he's not even though he's not on the list of national heroes for today's sitting, I'm going to give a shout out to people like Hope Stevens, who has been honored in places like New York. I believe he has a park named after him in New York and other institutions where he's been honored. Hope Stevens, who I think one parent was from the BVI and one parent was from St. Kitts, if I'm correct, and spent time here in the Virgin Islands and was a lawyer and was involved in labor unions, the trade union movement, which was really the precursor in many places for independence, and came to the Virgin Islands and met with persons like Howard Penn and persons like that. And they formed, I think, I'm trying to remember the name of it, I think it was the Civic League. And some of the discussions and the meetings of the Civic League would have had influence on persons like Glanny Fonseca and Carlton de Castro and persons like that. And that would be a precursor to one of the most significant movements here in the Virgin Islands, the movement to have our legislative council restored. Because as we would be aware, I believe it's somewhere around 1901 or so. Historians in the gallery are going to have a lot to correct me on when I'm finished. But 1901, I think somewhere around there, we lost our legislative assembly. 1901. And it wasn't until Anegada fisherman by the name of Theodore Faulkner, and the story is told he was so discontent at the lack of proper services that he received when he and his pregnant wife had to come across the waters from Anegada to Tortola. He was so discontent that he, along with Carlton de Castro and Glanny Fonseca, started organizing, and they had a great demand. And one of those demands, which are formal demands actually presented to, it may have been in the nomenclature at the time, may have been administrator, commissioner, they changed the names a lot. One of the demands was the restoration of the Legislative Council. And of course, we now have a holiday to signify that great event of this 1949 March. And the following year, in 1950, we had our Legislative Council restored. And once our own representatives, I think persons like Howard Penn and Bruce and the same Carlton de Castro and Glanny Fonseca, once we had our own legislators starting to work in our own interests, you start to see things changing in the Virgin Islands, and our prospects changed. You had persons, like my great uncle, and some of the legislation they proposed to protect lands, for instance, and the encouragement of industries like tourism, and forming relationships with people like Rockefeller, who were, this year, Lil Dix will be celebrating, I believe, 60 years. There's persons like our own legislators who formed these relationships that was able to allow industries to be started in the Virgin Islands, like our tourism industry. And the return of our Legislative Council is very key moment in the development of the Virgin Islands. And those persons who are at the forefront of those movements deserve to be honored, acknowledged, celebrated. And that brings me to Noah Lloyd. Because we had a certain level of political advancement, but Noah Lloyd recognized that political advancement without economic advancement was meaningless. That is what Noah Lloyd recognized. And I became aware of Noah Lloyd because as a youngster, I didn't know anything about this man's great accomplishments and exploits. I used to go to the little flea market that he had in the area where his building is. And, you know, he had all the best stuff, you know, when I was a child. You go and you buy all of the, you had a little thing that used to go around your waist and karate shoes and, yeah. And, you know, I really became familiar with who Noah Lloyd was when my mother worked for UNESCO. And I'd be with my mother in her office, and Noah Lloyd would pass by the office a lot. And I learned that with the Millennium Project, which was being worked on by Armin Penn, and my mother was an editor for Noah Lloyd's manuscript. She used to edit it. And I found a manuscript and I went through it. I started to read it, and I myself, what they say about me, up and down marching through the street. Shawande. So at that time I considered myself, I fashioned myself to be an activist. And I mean, I was fascinated with Noah Lloyd when I read that manuscript. The philosophy, the principles that he espoused in this manuscript. And he told the story of the positive action movement of 1968. And I said, wow, why is it that I don't know about this? That Kenneth Bates had, whether it was leased or sold, was it sold? I think it was sold. It was leased for maybe 99 years. 199 years. Yeah, 199 years leased, the whole of Anegada and the whole of Wickham's Key. And that the only way that persons of color would be able to come on that area of Wickham's Key is whether you was a maid. Now look at us today. You have persons who own multi-million-dollar businesses on Wickham's Key. So many persons who are able to build their businesses and able to be captains of industry. They've established generational wealth because of having access to the land at Wickham's Key. And we celebrate Noah Lloyd for the action that he took, which led eventually to that land being brought back to the people. Brought back to the people. And we go from Noah Lloyd to H. Lavity Stowe, who is well established in our society as a hero. This house, well, not this particular House of Assembly, but of course our legislative council would have passed a resolution for a holiday in H. Lavity Stout honor. And we know about H. Lavity Stout, so I won't spend too much time there. But just to say, as our first Chief Minister, and as someone who has been well recognized as a hero, we could not have this historical tier of heroes without including him. And just as a note, since we're on H. Lavity Stout, I would mention the fact that in addition to honoring these national heroes and declaring these national heroes, on Monday we will be honoring our educators who are 80 and over. And the reason why I mention it in this context is because this year, I believe, is 55 years since we have introduced comprehensive education. I think that was done in 1968. That would be 55 years this year since comprehensive education. And the impact of things like that, especially on education, the community college, all of the great things that have been done as it pertains to education. And we also have 1943, 80 years since secondary education was introduced to the Virgin Islands. I believe it's a gentleman by the name of Green who came here and started to assist us in developing our education system. And before that, people didn't have access to secondary school. I guess you'd become a part of the pupil teacher program, or that program, or you had to go find a job after primary school, learn a trade. But that secondary school that was established, and then after comprehensive education, is the reason why we have had some of the success that we've had. You cannot divorce it. And then being able to get scholarships to go abroad and to gain education and come back and make a contribution to your society. This is what it's all about, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I want to give others the opportunity to speak and to give their contributions. But I just want to say that we have to continue the work of building our nation, and this is a part of it. Recognizing all those persons who've made contributions so that they can be examples and inspirations to us to continue the work of nation building, Madam Speaker. It's not perfect. What we've done is not perfect. You know, there are flaws, there are mistakes. But despite flaws, despite mistakes, we have to keep moving forward. We cannot allow mistakes, we cannot allow missteps to hold us back and to keep us back. We have to continue moving forward, Madam Speaker. So I'm very proud to have brought this resolution, and I'm seeking the support of all my colleagues for the first time declaring these national heroes. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Premier. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I too rise to support this motion before this honorable House to recognize our national heroes and four parents in the persons of Mr. Shelley Martin, Ms. Perrine Georges, Mr. Augustus McCleverty, Mr. Obadiah Dawson, Mr. Henry Garnett, Mr. Theodore Faulkner, Mr. Isaac Glanwell Fonseca, Mr. Carlton De Castro, Mr. Honorable Lavity Stout, and Mr. Noel Lloyd. Madam Speaker, if you would please permit me, as I make my presentation, to refer to some notes that I've made, Madam Speaker, I would be grateful. Madam Speaker, if I start from the beginning, it's important for us to understand that while we're looking at these individuals, 10 individuals that we are now recognizing on this particular day in this year, 2023, that have made significant impacts in the lives of Virgin Islanders in the history, etched in the history of our heritage of these Virgin Islands, from not just the BVI, but all the way through the Caribbean and even extending to the world, because once it's documented, anybody that picks it up, you understand where we came from. And Madam Speaker, for me, this is significant because I am now 44 years young. And depends on who you talk to, they will tell you you're just born. You still just come. But the more and more, Madam Speaker, that I reflect on, read historical information, and get the ability to appreciate where we have come from, I count it a great and humbling honor to be given this opportunity to serve as one of the people called to lead this territory in 2023. Madam Speaker, when you appreciate where and what these heroes and foreparents had to endure to get us to the point where we are now, in some ways, Madam Speaker, prideful and arrogant, and even wanting to, in certain areas, distance ourselves from the history that has got us to where we are. Madam Speaker, I would beg us to not forget and not separate ourselves from this great history. Because even though it may be and might have been very painful, even though the stories as you read them from the accounts of what had been captured, Madam Speaker, life-threatening, life being lost, torturous abuse, Madam Speaker, each individual and their families who are represented here today, and which affects and impacts all of us in this territory of the Virgin Islands, whether we are originally from here, come to live here, we have family from here. It is something that we must not try to distance ourselves from, but we must appreciate it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember in 2018, I would call it one of the, if what not one of the most powerful contributions that I've ever heard debated in the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands from the late Honorable DeGloris Christopher. When she referenced the occurrences of what took place with the Hajj, and us giving that account of this very story that Miss Perrine Georges had the courage to stand up in court and give her testimony, her perspective, her truth, Madam Speaker, on what was happening by this slave owner. Madam Speaker, I remember Honorable Christopher saying, if we're not careful, depending on the choices that we make or the inactions that we may not take, we will find ourselves saying, yes, sir, or yes, sir. So, Madam Speaker, I do not for 1 second take this lightly. The names of people that are here, the rich heritage for what these names represent, to bring this territory to where it is after being left to be a bird sanctuary, after not having the opportunity to be able to be in control of our legislature and be in control in the leadership positions of businesses and be in control, Madam Speaker, and leading in education. When you look at the names and you understand what these persons went through, Madam Speaker, we've come a mighty long way. And I know it might not be written outrightly, but Madam Speaker, one of the things that I know, is that these individuals started on a foundation that was based on the belief of a God who is concerned about our well-being. Because while they may not have had the education, and while they may not have had all the experiences to make them quote-unquote world leaders or heroes as we now are recognizing them, what they had, Madam Speaker, was a belief in God, and they had confidence and courage. To believe their beliefs and doubt their doubts, to not let anyone belittle them or where they saw themselves or the people of these Virgin Islands headed. And Madam Speaker, for me, for this little young boy from a village in King Adam Bay who used to run around in a brief and no shoes, I had brief. I do not take it lightly, Madam Speaker. I do not take it lightly that when you reflect on somebody like Noah Lloyd, who, when I was coming up, you would hear, depending on which part of the area of the BVI you are, that he was a crazy man. But Madam Speaker, one of the things that I am trying my very best to walk in is understanding that when you have passion for something, it will take you to places that people might very well call you crazy. When you have a belief in something greater than yourselves, like H.L. Stout did, who was concerned about doing things for his people, not himself, but his people. That on this journey, Madam Speaker, of leadership, it requires you to have a vision that where you are cannot be where you're supposed to be. And a vision, Madam Speaker, that created a pathway, being jailed, being looked at as crazy, but having the belief that we deserved better, that we deserved more, that we are not less than, Madam Speaker, and that we should not always be in a position that we are asking for something when everything that we need in this Virgin Islands is caught up in the very fabric of each and every one of us who call this place home. That we are enough, Madam Speaker. And with God, we are more than enough. Theodore Faulkner, Madam Speaker, who saw the need for Anegadians. And now we stretch it further. Look at how long ago this was, Madam Speaker, but we still are in this same reality. Persons from the sister islands of Anegada, Just Van Dyke, and Virgin Gorda still having to struggle. Being left behind of this BVI because we consider them sister islands. But not me, Madam Speaker. I still call every person that lives on each one of these islands, they make up the Virgin Islands, and they should not be treated any less. So the things that these people fought for, here we are some 30, 40 years later, still battling with the same things. And look at the sacrifices that they made. Look at the heartache and the struggle that they went through, Madam Speaker, and we are still here. We don't have some of the same oppression and opposition and forces that would have fought against these heroes. What we see, Madam Speaker, is a BVI where we have become so comfortable that we are now fighting ourselves, that we are getting in our own way. As my grandfather, the late Maurice Tombo, used to say, he said, "You're smart, but you're stupid. You're smart, stupid." We are so smart, Madam Speaker, that we are letting our intelligence get in the way of progress. Because there's everything that we want to conceptualize, everything that we want to put and articulate our views, but nothing is happening in terms of progress. Late Honorable H.L. Stout said, "I want to build a college." Vision, Madam Speaker. But he moved with the people of the Virgin Islands behind him to have that dream realized. To have persons in the Virgin Islands educated where not only the challenge in the UE aspect, but here in this territory, we have the Hamilton Laverty-Stowe Community College that are and has been producing some of the brightest minds who can compete anywhere with persons around the world. There is no lack, Madam Speaker, of degrees in our country now. There is no lack, Madam Speaker, of education when you go from East End to West End or just from Dyke to Anegada. There's no lack. But Madam Speaker, it seems that we are losing the will. We are losing the courage. We are losing the confidence to understand that these individuals fought for us to appreciate, recognize, and acknowledge who we are as Virgin Islands. And Madam Speaker, I don't want us to lose that. Madam Speaker, just about a week and a half ago, a group of us from this honorable house had the opportunity to be at the CPA 66th conference in Accra, Ghana. And Madam Speaker, I have been to Africa before. But this particular trip, I think, has been one of the most humbling experiences that I've ever had in my life. Because while I went to school, in high school in America, and I went to a historically black college and understood and read about the history of slavery and read about the history of what we as a people had to endure, and even Caribbean history, Madam Speaker. It was the first time in my life that I was able to experience for myself, to stand in the very place where persons like that look like me hundreds of years ago went to. Madam Speaker, in Jamestown, Accra, a tour guide took a group of us to a particular area, an underground tunnel built by the colonial masters to transfer slaves to what they would call the path to nowhere. Madam Speaker, it's 5 steps. I count them. There's 5 steps to get down to the bottom. And then you make a left turn. The light from outside, you can see yourself up until the last step. But when you make that left turn, it turns completely black. You can't even see your hand in front of you. And for about 250 plus meters, slaves were transported from that location out to the land of nowhere, into the ocean, where they were most times drowned or taken on a boat and thrown over. And Madam Speaker, I stood there and became overwhelmed with tears. I stood there and tried to appreciate that if this is what our forefathers and foreparents went through, and then transferring that to having the opportunity given to me by the Honorable Speaker to sit with the President of Ghana. And Madam Speaker, the president shared with the leaders from the small branches of the CPA, Caribbean and Latin America. He says, I understand each of you have your concerns. He says, but I haven't heard you speak about the most concerning thing that affects all of us. And he said, Madam Speaker, it is that despite the many differences in dialects, cultures, and history that each of us have within island nations or even the African continent, if we would take the time to see that we are all bonded together by the heritage of our past, just as those who came before us banded together to build what we see around the world despite the abuse, despite the degradation of our people, that we are still stronger when we unite. And we can achieve anything that we hope for our people if we put aside self-interest and seek to serve the populations that have elected us. And we could once again use this kindred spirit to be leaders of the world. Madam Speaker, the contrast from the tunnel to the experience with the president, to now being here in these Virgin Islands and appreciating that Honorable H.L. Stout would have passed some 28 years ago. And I've said it many times in this honorable house, Madam Speaker, it seems that we still operating on a vision cast. Some 20 plus years ago. Not that there haven't been leaders and good leaders among us, Madam Speaker. We've had premiers and chief ministers, Madam Speaker, but since, if you ask anybody around these Virgin Islands, when you talk about leadership in this country, whether they call them, no, I ain't old enough to do what they say, but I'm saying what they say. The seniors will say levity. I can't say that. I just say what they say. I would say Honorable Stout. When you ask about leadership, his name echoes. And Madam Speaker, for me, I believe it challenges me. And it ought to challenge the rest of us that there is more work to be done. Let us take the history. Let us take the heritage of all that is encompassed in these 10 individuals that we are recognizing, Madam Speaker, and honoring here today, and marry it together with this present situation. Because, Madam Speaker, if we are not careful, we could find ourselves repeating history in different forms if we don't understand who we are. If we don't stand up for what we believe in, and if we don't push forward an agenda that is much more impactful and important than our individual self-interest. Madam Speaker, when I looked at these 10 individuals from the March of 1949 to all the different aspects, the Shelley Martins and all the different impacts that were made, it takes me back to something that I started to acknowledge and fashion my life after. That to be an effective leader, one must possess 4 quadrants of leadership. First one being vision. Second one being decision. Third being passion, and the fourth being discipline. When I look at what has been written and what I came across in history on these 10 individuals, Madam Speaker, we recognize that there was a vision for a better BVI, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. If it meant going against the grain. Each individual had a vision for a better BVI. And here we are, Madam Speaker, in this honorable house as 13 elected members. And our vision for a better BVI must be realized. Decision. You look at Glanville Fonseca and Courtney DeCastro and Noel Lloyd and all the rest of them. Madam Speaker, they made a decision. Carlton DeCastro, Madam Speaker, they made a decision that even if I perish, the thing that I'm chasing after is so much more important than me perishing. That I would rather the rest of the people realize what I'm fighting for, even if I don't see it. A decision, Madam Speaker, to have persons in case what I'm trying to achieve is not successful. And this is what I fashioned my life after, Madam Speaker, the fight of the Virgin Islands. Because in case they don't agree with what we say we want for the people based on what they have put forward to us. I read where we had a group in Tongue and we had a group up the hill and we had a group in the country. If they're not going for it, we're going to burn it. There was an action, Madam Speaker. We were taking action, aggressive action to realize what we want to achieve. And passion, Madam Speaker, you can't get more passionate. You can't get more passionate, Madam Speaker, than wanting to uplift your people through education. Than wanting to educate your people. Madam Speaker, wanted to send persons away from this territory so that they could come back and take the leadership roles. But Madam Speaker, if we look at where we are some 28 years later, we are reversing those roles. We are going back to where we were because we have the education, but we're not leading. The disparity, Madam Speaker, in this country in terms of wages and salaries for persons who have the same qualifications here in this country to our counterparts working in the same environment, Madam Speaker, is at least on the highest level, at least $150,000 to $250,000 annually. Madam Speaker, we have to get back to the basics. We have to get back to the foundation, because if we continue to chase after money and not utilize our human resources, our human capital, and involve the people that we are called to lead, then we would not be honoring these heroes. Madam Speaker, the final thing that I will speak on is discipline. Discipline to not let anyone tell your story for you. Discipline to stick to what you have decided that you want to achieve on behalf of your people. Discipline to say that I will not accept less than. Nor will I accept, Madam Speaker, untruths to be told to make other people look good and we look bad, Madam Speaker. Because when you count on the history of this territory and you look at these 10 individuals and all persons, including all members that have served in this honorable house before myself, and even Honorable Carl Dawson, my cousin over there, who's one of the newest members, and Honorable Mehta. Yes, there have been some things that haven't gone right. Yes, there have been some errors that have been made. But Madam Speaker, you can't tell me, according to H.L. Stout again, oh, no, no, no. You can't tell me that we haven't made tremendous and significant progress in this country. And then I look at the progress that has been made, it far outweighs the things that other persons want to crucify us and hold us back for. Madam Speaker, that is what I'm going to take away from this entire honoring of these national heroes. That I pray that the spirit of courage and boldness and vision and leadership and determination to be an influence in the lives of people in these Virgin Islands would rest on my shoulders so that I could go forward and represent this territory and make a change, Madam Speaker, that for years to come, persons that will pick up the history books would see that I attempted to honor those that we now honor. Because, Madam Speaker, the one thing that I believe is that God is still faithful. And He rests His hands on some of us. And even though that there may be opposition, if we continue to hold to His unchanging hand, the desires that He desires for us to desire, we will realize for a brighter and more beautiful BVI. Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I want to thank each and every member of the families represented in the gallery today. Thank you for your families' commitment, dedication to shaping these Virgin Islands, including the historians and all the people that capture the information. We have everything in this BVI to be proud of, Madam Speaker, and I endeavor to do my best to serve in excellence. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In being mindful of our audience, in the gallery especially, I will impose a 15-minute time limit on members' contributions. At this time, I recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Carl Dawson.
And I dare say that I will not take all of that 15 minutes because I come behind the Honorable Premier and the member for the 2nd District, and I acknowledge what they have said. I acknowledge the historical facts they have put to us, to this Honorable House, and the principles that they have shown that are the heart of what has been done by our foreparents. I'm proud to associate myself with this very session because of its significance. It is important that as leaders of this territory, that we be at the forefront of activities such as this that help those who may be watching to understand where we have come from and to recognize the types of persons who have brought us here. In my contribution, I'd like to speak back to my own education and my education about our history and the figures that stood out in my mind as a child in primary school and later high school, because those names were William Wilberforce. Those names were Thomas Buxton and Clarkson and persons far away from here. And I do not in no means blame the teachers who were teaching at that time, some of whom we will recognize on Monday. because they could only teach from the material that was presented to them. And from that road, then, I'd like to move on to one of those recognized today, and perhaps when he had his great initiative, he was focused more on training, but there was tremendous byproducts. And I speak of the late Chief Minister in this House, the Honorable H. Lafferty Stout, and in particular, his vision for education, both secondary and eventually tertiary education in this territory. Mr. Stout's vision for the college was one in which the persons in this territory, his people, would be trained to be able to advance this territory. But in addition to the academic curriculum, there was opportunity for building of knowledge within the institution. And as such, I would really like to pause today and give recognition to the founder, the founding head of the college's Virgin Islands Studies program, the recently passed Mrs. Jenny Whitley. That program was significant and remains to be significant, and one that is bearing fruit and will bear fruit for years to come. There are, of course, other areas that have been involved in building or understanding our history, but I'd like to point to that program as one that not only unearthed certain things related to us, but was key in disseminating it to many persons in the territory through the classes at the college and otherwise. I'd also like to recognize not only Mrs. Whitley, but also call for a leader of the institution at that time with vision, and I also recognize her husband, the president at that time, Dr. Charles Whitley. When we heard even of those Englishmen that I mentioned, Wilberforce and his crew, and I thank them for what they did, it was not until later on that names like Olaudah Equiano, a black man who was at the forefront of the abolition movement in the United Kingdom, started to become a name that was more broadly known. I mention that because, as the Premier said, we must continue to encourage research. Because while we may have some names listed here today, if this list was to have been created 20 years ago, perhaps many of those on it now would not have been. This exercise has certainly been an education for me, because some of the information that I learned just in the last couple of weeks as a result were things that I did not know. I did not even realize the name of one who also bears my last name, Obadiah Dawson, and his role as far as history of the territory is concerned. One thing that I would say, Madam Speaker, is that at any age and at any time, people must be prepared to stand up for what is right, even if it may mean harm and danger for themselves. I think it's appropriate that we started with the historical tier of those persons honored as national heroes, but I also look forward for when we would expand that into those who have contributed in education, in healthcare, in sports and culture, in religious life, and other aspects of life as we know it here in the Virgin Islands. I will also encourage us, Madam Speaker, that the legislation provides and shows that there may be possibility of various tiers of persons who are deserving of national recognition. And I think that it is appropriate because there are persons who may not rise to the level of what we may call as a national hero, but are still worthy of recognition. I encourage, and I'm sure it has already started, I encourage all members that within your own districts to recognize persons who have contributed to building your own specific areas. As a matter of fact, next week, Thursday, starting at 3 o'clock, we'll have another version of Cultural Thursdays in Carrot Bay, and we will take that opportunity, 3 o'clock, yes, my brother, until, and we will take that opportunity to introduce a theme Thursday. And the theme for this Thursday is Heroes and Forefathers in recognition of the holiday of that week. And we will recognize 5 persons: a fisherman, a farmer, a businessman, an educator, and someone from the healthcare profession. Because it is believed that as we ourselves start to research persons on our ground level, that we will be able to note persons who are worthy of further recognition. I believe too, Madam Speaker, that as we research, it would not only be necessarily history way back, but I think it is important for us as Virgin Islanders to recognize in some way persons from the diaspora, because there are persons who have had their roots and groundings in the Virgin Islands who have made tremendous impact in various parts of the world. And I think it's appropriate that in some way that they be recognized as well. Madam Speaker, I think that I am pleased what I've seen so far as the criteria for the selection of the national heroes, and encourage those who are involved to continue to make sure that the criteria and process is objective and transparent, so that there is confidence in those selected by that process among the persons in our community. Madam Speaker, I would ask through you, and while we have the public medium, that persons who are listening to us and across the territory, whether they may trace their generations far back in the Virgin Islands or much closer from other places, to take some time out this weekend, this Heroes and Forefathers weekend, to learn something new about someone who has contributed to the growth and development of this territory. Because regardless of who came before, if you are committed, we must all walk hand in hand into a brighter and more glorious future. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. I haven't spoken for the morning, it seems. Greetings to everyone, especially those of family members that are in the gallery. Your presence here today is very significant. As an educator in the BVI, I can recall sitting in classrooms and teaching social studies and wondering why we learned about the Tainos, the Arawaks, the Caribs, but we didn't have much knowledge of our own people. As a teenager going to Elmo Stout High School, I was troubled because people would say people in the BVI gave up very easily. They didn't have a fight in them, and they were uncertain of where they came from. I am a product of 2 migrant parents that came to the Virgin Islands. So I cannot trace my navel string in the Virgin Islands, but what I have buried here is my heart. In high school, I remember a man by the name, and God rest his soul, from the 2nd District of Barnard Green, known as Ras Ainad. Growing up, I remember Gil Trott. I remember a man by the name of Lindy DeCastro. And these individuals were very adamant about knowing where your roots were, where you came from, and where you were going. I remember sitting in the yard there on Waterfront Drive growing up. And a lady by the name of Aunt Nan sat there, and my mother would tell me about a gentleman whose name is listed here, that he was a boat captain. And the pride that beamed from that family and my family in knowing who he was and what he did. In 1994, when I graduated from high school, I'm a bit older than my honorable colleague. I think it was the year after I remember leaving Althea Scatliff Primary School and walking to the Central Administration Complex for what was the first state funeral I had ever seen in my life. A man who we celebrate here today, we celebrate every year, and we often get up and talk about the vision of our country and how he set it forward. And we ask, where is it going now? Today, I don't question where the vision of our country is going, because I see that the BVI historians and the committee that put together this list know exactly where they want our people to go. They want us to go forward knowing where we came from. They want to inspire our children to know who in our country stood up when it was necessary, so they have a legacy of no longer thinking that the BVI may have been made up of people who are afraid to stand up. And this is very timely given the situation that we have in the territory right now. The African Studies Club, under the direction of Art Christopher, who is the son of former Honorable Dolores Christopher, who is hailed in these chambers on many occasions for getting up and speaking on issues that were necessary for us to look at and say, hey, this is right or this is wrong. That is not by coincidence. That is lineage. This list of people here are champions of our community, champions of our history, and they deserve the honor. And for those of you sitting in the gallery, never allow your lineage to not stand strong knowing that you are part of these people. Madam Speaker, the educator in me cannot die, and it will not. So I pray that the committee, as we go, will find ways for all children in schools to know who these heroes are, whether it's through literature or oral history. We lost one of our stars in education, as my honorable colleague mentioned, who kept our oral history alive. And may she rest in peace. She will be greatly missed. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to lend my support to this piece of legislation. I, for one, am happy to no longer celebrate St. Ursula's Day. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I certainly am delighted that this resolution before us enables us to celebrate our first national heroes. And I want to associate myself with all of the comments that have gone before, especially those made by the Premier in recognizing the persons in the gallery, all of whom I know personally, and many of whom I count as friends. Madam Speaker, finally in this House, and as a country, we can speak with great pride about the contribution that BV Islander for parents have made to shaping this country. And I'm careful to say BV Islander for parents because, like the previous speaker, I also was not born in this country, but this is my home. In fact, Madam Speaker, it was as a result of one of these persons on this list that I am here today. Mr. Carlton de Castro's boat, the Tiny Lou, brought me here to the British Virgin Islands. I could not afford a plane ticket. I don't think there were many in those days. But I am extremely, extremely grateful. Like other speakers, I hope, Madam Speaker, that the history of these great patriots that are on this list will be taught to our students as part of their curriculum. Madam Speaker, it is wonderful and it's important that we know about the Maroons and we know about all the other ex-slaves, slaves who helped to shape their country, but certainly we in the BVI need to know what or who contributed to the BVI and what the BVI has become. I certainly want to also thank our historians for their research to date, and as has been said before, we want to see others as we go along in years to come. For instance, I want to see somebody like the late Christopher Fleming of Long Look added to this list. I'm told that it's all about national, but I think that what he did certainly transcends to national. Madam Speaker, if I could speak very briefly to this list. Certainly, we want to remember always, all of them have passed, but if I could speak to some of them most of whom I know or knew, starting with Mr. Dolph Faulkner. He was a very brave man who called out injustice when he saw it. He was not afraid to speak out. And as was said, it was because of his unborn child and his wife that started the Great March of 1949. Mr. Glanny Fonseca and Mr. Carlton de Castro, who were also part of that Great March. We are very grateful to them, but they were also great politicians, yes, but they were very strong members, solid members of this community. I remember Mr. Fonseca as being, and his daughter will remember, being probably our first technician. When our radios went bad, we didn't have televisions, but when our radios went bad, you would take it to Mr. Glanny. Not only that, Madam Speaker, but in terms of our festival, he always, for years, Madam Speaker, led our festival, and I could hear him now, jump up, shake up, down, tongue we go. We didn't have all the fancy bands and so on, but Mr. Fonseca, sorry? No, but no, it's flesh and feathers these days, exactly. But it was really an enjoyable period of time. He was also a very outstanding politician. I think it was for the first time that I learned about, I think it was the Black Belly Sheep, member of the opposition, that he talked about in terms of our agriculture. In terms of Mr. De Castro, not only did his boat, the Tiny Lou, bring me from Anguilla, but because that boat used to traverse between here and Puerto Rico, below the Paramount, there was a grocery store. And in those days, Madam Speaker, we all used to trust. We were not wealthy people, but we trusted, and that's how we lived. I don't know where our parents got the money from, but they managed to pay somehow. Oh, baby, it was forgiven. But, but here I am today, 71 years later, and still going strong. The late Honorable Lavity Stout, we all talk about him as the ultimate visionary and all he's done for the British Virgin Islands. I had the pleasure of being his permanent secretary for 7 years or 8 years. So I knew him, and I knew him, it was because of him that I got my education. Again, I was not a BVI lander, and there were those who thought that she from here, so you shouldn't, but for him, it was the best people every time. And I am grateful to him for the education that I was able to receive as a result of him standing up for this little Anguilla girl. Mr. Stout also, the Premier talked about 1968 and the secondary school, comprehensive school. Mr. Stout was the person who started that comprehensive school. Education was his ultimate mantra. Yes, he was associated with most things, our roads and our infrastructure and water and so on, but he saw the importance, Madam Speaker, of education in order to develop as a country. And so we will always be grateful to him. One of our speakers mentioned the college, the H. Lavity Stout Community College, named in his honor, and he was unrelenting in his pursuit that there be a college. And of course, the rest is history. Finally, Madam Speaker, the late Mr. Noel Lloyd. Were it not for Mr. Noel Lloyd and his vision, as was said, for the strength of the economy, Wickham-Ski and Anegada would not belong to us. And for years, I think it was the Premier, I will say it a little differently, a prophet is without honor, save in his own country. He was considered sometimes to be crazy. But were it not for Noel Lloyd and the Positive Action Movement, the BVI would be a completely different place, owned by a completely different set of people. So we are extremely grateful, Madam Speaker, for all these persons that have been named today. And as I've said before, I look forward to others being named as we go forward, because with this kind of national heroes, this gives us the kind of pride, national pride, that we as a country need to go forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Is there any other member at this time? I recognize the Minister for Communications and Work, Honorable Kai Reimer.
you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to recognize all persons in the gallery today for this very special occasion. Madam Speaker, though a lot has been said so far, I must add my voice to this resolution. And as we consider the names that is recommended here for this first class of historical tier of persons recommended to receive honor of national hero. And they are Mr. Shelley Martin, Miss Corrine Georges, Mr. Augustus McCleverty, Mr. Obadiah Dawson, Mr. Henry Garnett, Mr. Theodore Faulkner, Mr. Isaac Glanville Fonseca, Mr. Carlton De Castro, Honorable H. Lavity Stout, and Mr. Noah Lloyd. Madam Speaker, I am honored to speak to you or speak to this honorable house today about this special occasion as it holds great significance in our nation's history and culture, our national heroes, and for Parents' Day. This day allows us to reflect on and pay homage and pay tribute to the remarkable individuals who have shaped our country and the generations that came before us. So, Madam Speaker, let us embark on a journey to honor these heroes and these foreparents who have paved the way for our success and our freedom. Madam Speaker, it's important to understand our national heroes, that they are individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to our nation, leaving a lasting impact on our society. Madam Speaker, as we know, they embody the values and ideals that we hold dear, and we serve as role models for future generations. Madam Speaker, these heroes can be found in various fields, as we mentioned, such as politicians. Some were in art, some were in science, some were advocates, social activists from various fields. And their achievements, they inspire us to strive for greatness and to work towards a better future, a better BVI. Madam Speaker, that goes for parents as well. Their ancestors, predecessors, they've laid the foundation. We understand that they were faced with countless challenges, sacrifices, hardship, but it was to create a better BVI. Some fought for independence, they established cultural traditions, they built our communities, and they passed down their wisdom and their ideas and their values to us. So it is important that we recognize their contributions and honor their memories. Madam Speaker, this is not just a day for remembrance. It's an opportunity for reflection and gratitude. And by celebrating these individuals, we acknowledge, like I said, their struggles and the legacies that they left behind. Madam Speaker, we all have our anecdotes and we've spoken about the effects that it had on us as individuals. But for me growing up, I grew up with my grandparents, and they were born, I know my grandfather, I think it was 1919, around that time. And you would sit next to him and hear his stories. And he would reflect on the struggles and how hard it was to make a life and having to travel to different islands to make ends meet. You know, you would listen to these stories. You know, as a child, then you would be like, man, you just talking. But as you got older, you understand what they went through. And, you know, now those struggles and those conversations paved the way for who we are, or for who I am growing up in such a household. Madam Speaker, I think first of all, as we celebrate this day that will be coming up, Heroes and Foreparents Day, I think this day came about. I know that the now Premier, he was the Minister of Education, and you brought the paper, right, at that time? So we speak about vision and legacies, but we need to acknowledge why we are here today, recognizing these individuals. It was in 2021 where this day was changed, because I know history have it where usually we would be celebrating St. Ursula. I think it's St. Ursula's Day. But that was changed to recognize our heroes and our foreparents. And we must acknowledge the vision of that. And Madam Speaker, I think a challenge should be thrown out there, because if we no longer celebrate St. Ursula's Day, I think we need to also acknowledge what we'll do with our flag, because our flag represents St. Ursula and the, how many thousand? The 11,000 virgin. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to go all the way. I think we need to, whether we use that, go through our schools and have a competition where we design something that depicts who we are, but I think it's necessary for us to, since we have gotten rid of the holiday, let us go the distance in terms of changing what that depicts. So, Madam Speaker, again, sorry? What is that? So, Madam Speaker, as we are here celebrating and speaking about our heroes and foreparents, we must also, like I heard Honorable Mather spoke about the way we were taught social studies in school and what we were taught. But I think it's now that we need to educate our people, our students, about our national heroes and our foreparents. We need to organize educational activities to highlight their achievements, to speak to and understand the stories, and maybe we have some storytellers who would be able to explain the biography of all these persons that we celebrate today, and engage our community to know more about our history. Well, Madam Speaker, I know we're in a time limit, so I just want to say again, I happy to be here as we honor our heroes and our foreparents, and express our gratitude to these extraordinary individuals who have shaped our nation and our nation's history. And it was through their courage, their vision, their perseverance that they have left an indelible mark on our society. And let us always remember their sacrifices. And Madam Speaker, as I stand here, I'm not sure if this would fit into our heroes, but with what is happening in our community today with the crime and so forth, I think it's necessary for us to have a further conversation as to how we can curb that, because our heroes and our forefathers, the, there was no such violence at those times. I could recall a story from my grandfather, and whenever he getting into a conflict or whatever would happen in the society, it would just be a fist fight. They would laugh and smile and come back and a few days later. But now we see our murder rates and various things on the rise. And, we need to speak out more about that as we celebrate our heroes and our foreparents. And, we need to foster a culture of trust and cooperation amongst our people, our law enforcement agency, and us as a House of Assembly, as we go through these times here in our territory. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to speak on this resolution, and it has my full support for these names that we are honoring today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on the resolution. Certainly, first, I will say that I stand in support of the resolution that is brought here today for approval. I'd like to also recognize the family members who are in the gallery this afternoon. Very often we focus only on the persons in the community who come out and do these historical things to change the lives of the people of the country or the direction of a country, but I think at times we overlook the sacrifice that is made at their homes, their families, because I'm sure there have been times when you would have preferred to have your loved one at home, where you had your own needs, but they were out doing other things because there was a calling for them to come out and lend themselves to the BVI and lend themselves to the BVI people to help us. Many of the names on this list I don't know personally. I know a few of them, but I am particularly familiar with H. Laverty Stout and particularly familiar with Noel Lloyd. I know Mr. Fonseca in passing. I would have heard about him and Mr. Faulkner, but my memory doesn't go that far back. I remember certainly H.L. It's a little boy in Chicago's Bay. When H.L. was the chief minister at the time, and I remember him on a Sunday afternoon coming down to our home when we were breaking ground to pray for our family home. And as a young boy, I found that amazing because that was the same person that I was studying about in social studies that was the chief minister. And at that age, I said to myself, where would a chief minister get time to come down to some island people's house? Because I don't know if my parents could have voted at the time. I don't know if they could have. But he took the time out and he came and he did that. And to me, that said a lot about the man. I will talk a little bit more about him. I remember Noel Lloyd. And I think, not to belittle the significance of the contributions made by anybody else, but I think Mr. Lloyd's contribution to this BVI is significant, extremely significant. And I think that we take for granted the sacrifice that he made. When you look at all Virgin Islands, when you look at Rotown, and you compare it, you go down the Caribbean archipelago, and you look at all those countries in the Caribbean, and you look at who controls the economy of those countries. It's people from other parts of the world. The buildings are owned by people from all over the place. The businesses are owned by people from all over the place. And when you juxtapose that with Oro Town, from Prospect Reef all the way up to Port Purcell. The vast majority of those businesses, of those buildings, are owned by BVI landers. That is not an easy feat. And I think we go around and we take it for granted. But it's the act of a man called Noel Lloyd that afforded the opportunity for us to be able to do these sort of things. And we sit down, Madam Speaker, at times, and we allow people to make us feel as if we are less than. We ain't less than nobody. We have made some mistakes. Yes, we have. There's no country in the world that have not made mistakes. But when you look at the progress that the Virgin Islands have made in a very short time, we have a lot, Madam Speaker, to be thankful for. We do. And it is because of the sacrifices of the persons who are on this list that many of us are here standing today. As we are going through a difficult period, we have to now summon the same strength that these persons that we are honoring had during that time. We have to also reflect, because we're always saying, let the school children, let them hear about the school children hear about them. Let us also do some introspection and look to see how they were selfless in how they gave to this country to make it what it is. Let us look at HL again. I noticed in his biography, we spoke about the importance of his contributions to the infrastructure. Can we ask ourselves if HL were to come back alive, if he would be pleased with the infrastructure of the Virgin Islands right now? And that should tell us that we must apply urgency to address the issues that are affecting the territory. Madam Speaker, it's a monumental step that is being made. Having national heroes established is a major thing. It is a major step. And Premier, I want to give some advice to your government, if you will take it, to put this stuff on legislative footing. This should not have been brought here by resolution. It is too important to have been brought by resolution. You need to get a National Heroes Act and get it to the House of Assembly and properly passed. Because there's things that should go along with this. Like, for instance, if any of these persons were alive, how would they be named? What would we call them after that? In most places, you'll call them right, excellent, or something. There's an insignia and different things that are applied to it. There are rights and privileges that come along with it. Let us do things, because if we want to move on to a particular direction, we have to do things the right way. Put things on a much more solid footing. You go through all the Caribbean countries that have national heroes. There's a National Heroes Act that has set up all of those things. And we shouldn't be any less than that. I would also like to see, and within that act as well, I know you're looking at the historical tier, and I imagine historical meaning persons who are no longer with us. But we want to also recognize people who are with us that have made significant contributions to the development of the country, regardless of their age, regardless of whatever area they may be involved in. And again, setting that act up and allowing, Madam Speaker, for the involvement of the public, because I don't know how involved the public was with choosing these names. You're lucky that nobody will dispute that any of these names should not be here. But let's say it was the other way around. We need to make sure that there's involvement from the community in it. But certainly, I stand in full support of what is here. And I ask us again as the holiday comes, for us to reflect on the contributions made by these persons, and we ourselves as persons now who people have entrusted with the direction of the country to do what is right, using these persons and their contributions as our inspiration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. At this time, we'll take a brief recess to allow the members as well as the audience in the gallery just to stretch their legs a bit. So We'll take the recess until 3:15. This House now resumes its sitting. At this time, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too join with my colleagues in lending my voice and my support to this resolution before the House today. And I want to thank the family members, most of whom are my friends, for coming here to listen to us today, give tributes and recognitions to their ancestors and their forefathers and foreparents. Madam Speaker, I was born in this country at a time when all the hardships, the real hardships were coming to an end, physical hardship, abuse and stuff like that and we were looking forward to a time of progress and prosperity. Madam Speaker, the first we're here to give our tributes to 10 members of our heroes and foreparents, 5 of whom I don't know. I know of them, 5 that I knew, where I had conversations with the last 5 and the first 5. You heard the stories of about a Hajj who was so cruel that it took one of his kind to really bring him to justice. Because where good people sit idle and say nothing, bad things happen. And based on the history, you can see, and I don't think Arthur Hodge was alone, because you read the stuff on Willie Lynch, and I think that's what he was practicing, you know, how to keep your slave loyal to you for the next 100 years. You know, and this was a conference, I understand, that was up in Jonestown, South Carolina. So we know in this country that foreparents went through some difficult times, where some lost their lives, some were beaten to the edge of death, and this was at their hands of slave masters. And let the record reflect that they were not black and brown people. You know, they were people of other color. And today we don't have that kind of abuse happening to us, but it's a more sinister and, I must say, coverted kind of things that are happening to us. You know, if you deprive people of food and economic development and so forth and so on, it's just like beating them to death, Madam Speaker. So the first 5, Madam Speaker, Mr. Shelley Martin, you know, you heard of the different estates and so forth and so on. And let the record also reflect that a lot of these estates were owned by the plantation owners, and they were not our color. So you had Shirley Martin, Miss Perrine Georges, Mr. Augustus McClevity, which again, when you read the history of especially McClevity, it says that he was smart enough to know that his people needed properties, and property was so important to us that without it, we were nothing. And he was in a position of privilege, a position of power, because he was the first black to be in the legislature, he was able to have information like we here in this legislature will have information that we can pass to our people. But I want to tell you now, doing that kind of stuff is wrong and illegal because it's not in their interest. But if we are passing information to our people to make them better, that's why we're here, I think nothing could be wrong about that. Madam Speaker, Obadiah Dawson and Henry J. I don't know much of those, but I know some history of the others. And then we come to the modern day really freedom fighters. Because when I was going to school, I never heard about these stuff after I came out of school. That's when I got information on these people, what they did. You heard about Bustamante, you heard about Eric Williams, you heard about Eric Bratcher, and those things. And when we were going to school, Madam Speaker, we knew of Elvie Pitch Lake in Trinidad, Elvie Cane Field in St. Kitts, Elvie bauxite mining thing in Jamaica. That's what we know. We didn't know that we had cane fields here and we had a state with sugar cane, and we used to export cattle to Guadeloupe and Martinique. The schooners used to come here. After I left school, I realized some of this stuff happened, but it's not taught in the school. So the members who mentioned that these things need to go into the school, because our young people seem to have lost their way. And we need to help them to understand that, you know, it's a tree. We have all of these history that it has roots, and we sit on branches and leaves, and we cannot allow the leaves to just wither and blow away. We need the young people to understand that they are part of a bigger picture. And it has nothing, a lot of this has nothing to do with money, so to speak, because the great, according to Bible teaching, the great King Solomon says, you know, it's all vanity, striving after the wind after a while. You know, so we need to get people to understand that we need to build our country and build a place on this earth where our children and grandchildren could live happily. And I think that's what we need to do, because if Theodore Faulkner didn't come bring his wife to the then Cottage Hospital, I don't think it was Peebles then. I think the historian then will correct me, or I can do the research. Cottage Hospital, and complain about the service given to his wife, and having some people like Gladys Fonseca and Carlton de Castro who felt his pain and join him in that fight. Madam Speaker, we will not be where we are today with the 1949 march and having a legislature that you sit today as Speaker, Madam Speaker. So these people really did this country a real good service. And, you know, like I said, Theodore Faulkner, I had a few conversations with him, you know, and he was always about making the BVI a better place, including the Sister Islands. You know, where, you know, it is true that wherever, any place you go, the further you move away from the center, what you refer to as the center, wherever the center is, you know, the services and stuff, you know, dwindle away. And, you know, you go to the great cities in Paris and New York, the same thing happens. But that's no excuse for us to not be able to do what is basic for people. You know, Mr. Gladys Fonseca, I went to school with his son, a junior, and I know all of them. I know all the children. You know, those who are here and those who have departed. And basically, Mr. Fonseca was a fighter for people and for what is good for these Virgin Islands. And then Mr. Carlton Nicasio, he was a captain, the boat captain. I heard the Deputy Premier speak about the boat, but I know the Tropic Star. And, you know, because we used to, as little boys, I at least remember for the second say he had brief, but we used to climb up on the Tropic Star and jump off the Tropic Star, and I think most of us didn't have on anything. But that's what young people at that time used to do. And Madam Speaker, you know, Noel Lloyd was one of our family friends. He was always at my parents' house. You know, they sit in the chat, and he was my father's good friend. And I know of Noel that we had many conversations after I was elected in '99. We had quite a bit of conversation. And H-Life the South, what can I say, you know, because of him is probably why I'm here. If it wasn't for him meeting us at what we then referred to as the university as Captain Connor, where most of us who had just come back from college would sit down along the drain, along the street, and chat all day, all night, you know, after work. And he used to join us and try to tell us the way forward. So he was a mentor, and he was like a father figure to us. And he was a good friend of my father. And when I became an engineer and went to BVIEC, I think a year or 2 years into my work there as a distribution engineer, they wanted to get rid of the then manager, who was a white English guy. He asked me if I was ready for the job. I said, for what job? And when he told me what it was, I said, no, you need to give me about 2 years to prepare myself. So, and all I ask is that you support me in the courses that I need to take. And he did, and at the end of the 2 years, I was the general manager of Electricity Corporation. So, Madam Speaker, the last 5 of these people, of these heroes, I know of them, and they have made significant contributions to this country. It's like this stuff, Madam Speaker, you know, after primary school, which was the RTS Catliff, it was a Rotan Primary School, and it changed the name to the RTS Catliff Primary School. And now it's gone. I don't know what they call it now. I graduated from a primary school that doesn't exist. You know, there was an exam to go to secondary school. You see the exam from across the country, and only 25 people were allowed, because that's all they had, the space they had at the secondary school. And Mr. Stout then sees this as an injustice to a lot more kids who were qualified, and that's why we got the comprehensive high school that we know it now. And because before then, Madam Speaker, those who didn't get to secondary school, if they didn't have parents in St. family members in St. Thomas or Puerto Rico or New York, then they go and look a job. Just as the Premier says, they go and get a trade. You go to your family business and you try to help them to make a living. Because he sees that, and the Deputy Premier mentioned it, that education is where we can make a mark on this planet. And we did it, Madam Speaker. Don't mind people coming now and telling us all kind of foolishness, but we have done well. And every time we get more authority, if you go back from the 1950s, every time the constitutional advancement happens to us, the elected official get more power, more authority to do things. The country blossoms. And now, because of some mistakes that we have made, some we could have corrected ourselves. They want to think that everything in this country is bad. And now they have put systems in place that is retarding the progress of our country. Madam Speaker, if you take the flood that happened here the other day, the Minister of Communication work if he can't clean a road. He got to go and get some. Those things are stupidness, Madam Speaker. And they need to understand that you're retarding the progress of the country. That if you have to go now and get a competitive bid to clean the dirt off of a road, something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong. And whoever is doing that, whether it's COI, the person responsible for it is wrong, Madam Speaker, and it's retarding the progress of what these people have done for us. We cannot continue to do this. And you know, we are the opposition, but the government is responsible for some of this stuff. We shouldn't be talking about it. They should get up here and it is wrong. I drove along, the dot is in the road. The little rocks and stuff to break people's windscreen on the road. And if you're telling me that in order to clean that, we got to get competitive bidding, something is wrong. Madam Speaker, the heroes that we are celebrating here today, all of these people, if they are someplace watching us and believe, they are saying to us, gentlemen, ladies, do not allow this to happen. You know, we used to be flying above all the other Caribbean countries. Now we are flying behind them. For some unknown reason, the more education we get, it seems to me like we're not using it for the development of the country, but we're using it to retard the progress of the country. Madam Speaker, there's no doubt that these 10 people here will say to us, we didn't get you this far for you to do the wrong things, Madam Speaker. We get you this far because we want 100% of us to do what is good and right for our country. But we know that we live in the real world, and 100% of us are not going to do the right thing. We're not. But you can't, because 5% or 10% of us is not doing the right thing, that you're going to crucify everything, crucify the whole country. Madam Speaker, let's take the high school. I listen to people all the time say they're sending the kids to the high school because...
Honorable, I'll just remind you of your...
Yeah, I got a couple more minutes. I live more than one man. Okay, Madam Speaker, can I get my time back? I had 2. Madam Speaker, but what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is we need to continue to build our country using the same blueprint that these heroes and people fought for, so that we can be here where we are today. We are people who have accomplished a lot. We have done a lot of good things in this country. Okay, I grew up in this country when we had no roads. I grew up in this country, 99% of the buildings that you point to, I saw that site happen. So, Madam Speaker, Wickhamski, I know in Wickhamski that you drive and didn't exist. Wickhamski 1 and 2. I know when they didn't exist, Madam Speaker. So, I still got 30 seconds. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, you know, with those few words, I just want to thank the family members for their presence here today, and to let them know that the fight that your foreparents fought for will not be in vain. We need to get together and do what's good and right for our country. I give you back that second, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this resolution, which I fully support. And I too want to associate what has been said by the previous speakers. But I want to especially thank the members in the gallery, because during elected persons or heroes' lifetimes, they are very rarely recognized as such. And the families do pay a heavy toll. So it's good that you are here in person to hear what we have to say about them. I was very pleased with the work that the Premier did in giving a summary, so to speak, of these persons' contribution to this territory. And I must thank Dr. Kathy Smith and her team, the research team, Dr. Hangos, and others who did that digging. And I think Dr. Dawson said it right. If you don't do that due diligence of digging deep, you're going to miss certain persons who rightfully should be added to this list. But Madam Speaker, I know what some people will say in the public, so I want to go back to the whole idea of remembering things. The human being is such, because person asks why we are recognizing these dead people. Because some persons don't know. And I guarantee you, there are many persons that for the first time they're hearing some of these names here, it's today from this honorable house. And we should not let our persons' work, sacrifices, and contributions ever go into oblivion because somebody forgot to write it down or didn't think it important enough to write it down. In the history of world conquest, the conquerors always tell a story, and those who are conquered are often forgotten, and that is deliberate. We have to make sure as we pursue and continue on nation building that these exercises here must continue and go bigger and bigger. Madam Speaker, I want to go through 4 biblical examples, because in trying to remember things, if you look at the Bible always made the people who needed to remember something do something. It wasn't, don't forget this day and leave it at that. They make you do something, because they know that with the human condition and with time, many things are forgotten very easily or and relegated into nothingness. And the first one I would give is the story of the golden calf. I think you find it in Exodus. A simple story. Moses is with the Israelites just going through the desert, and he went up to Mount Sinai for 40 days and 40 nights. And while he was up there, the people grew anxious, and they built a golden calf. And they began to worship this calf as their deliverer. And when Moses came down, he made them destroy the calf. That's the first thing he did. But he didn't just stop there, Madam Speaker. Moses made them crush that calf. And the last thing he did, he made them add the ashes of that calf to water, and he made them drink it. He made you'll remember this foolishness for as long as you live, because you will tell your grandchildren how you drank this thing in this water because of the foolishness they did by not following, going back on God's promise and the true deliverer from them. He made all of them drink that gold and thing in the water. Y'all drink that, and you're going to remember this day for your foolishness. Second one, Madam Speaker, this is one of the biggest celebrations in Judaism. It's called the Feast of the Passover. And the Feast of the Passover is used and is practiced to this day, 2,000 years later. And that's when the angel of death was passing over the Israelites to kill all the firstborn. When you had the mark, you were spared. And they still practice that to this day because it marks the liberation of the Israelites out of Egypt, the emancipation out of Egypt, the Feast of the Passover. It still happens today. It's not even got more complicated because they have it in 3 parts now as opposed to just 1. Third one, I'm going very quickly. Third one, I'm just making a point as to why we must do things to remember our history. The last one is the crossing of the Jordan River, and you read the story. When they crossed the river, they were given instructions how to cross, but they were told on your way out, take 12 stones. Take these 12 stones with you. And when the generations ask you where the stones came from, you tell them the story of crossing the River Jordan, because it was rough and the water was deep. And God opened the passage and they walked through on dry land. It sounds fantastic. It sounds unbelievable. And what they were told, on your way out of the river, you take 12 of these huge stones and you set them up. And you make sure you tell every generation where these stones came from, that they will not forget their journey
from Egypt into the promised land. And Madam Speaker, the last one on remembering, for those of us who go to church and take Holy Sacrament, whenever we take the bread and the wine, we do this in memory of Christ who died for us, for the forgiveness of our sins. That's why we do it, so we can remember that somebody died for our sins. So, Madam Speaker, having given the foundation of why we do things to remember those who have gone before us, I commend the Premier and his team and all others involved in putting together this Heroes and for Parents Day. And like remember for the 6th, there are other persons who I think as time go on who can be recognized also. I just read a book when I was traveling of Henry Crickey back in 1917 something when he bought Peter Island. I read the whole history of that situation. I would encourage persons to read that book. It was done by one of his, I think, great-grandchildren, where she captured her father from Enigada, interestingly, moved to Peter Island, bought Peter Island, and all sorts of other things he did. A very, very great story. Madam Speaker, I have some notes here, and I'd like to refer to my notes. I might not even get to them because time is going fast. But when we are on the journey of nation building, Madam Speaker, these are some of the things that we have to do. Remember the 6th, that is right. But we shouldn't do it halfway, we should go all the way. Remember the 6th also mentioned about the flag, St. Ursula and 11,000 virgins, that's a German folklore. For the 5th, sorry, for the 5th. That's a 5th. That was a German folklore that was put on us. Well, if you're going to remove St. Ursula, we should also consider the flag or another things that remember for the 6th said, and even the motto of Invent, which is there with the lady with the lamp, leading the light, and so forth. So, Madam Speaker, nation building should be taken seriously, and I think it was Honorable Deputy Premier who was talking about Carlton and Castro's boat, who brought her from Anguilla here, and it brought memory of Joshua Chalwell out of the 7th, 8th, I think out of 8th area, who was a famed sailor, and his great-great-grandchildren are now carrying on that legacy, Kenneth Chalwell down to Addie Chalwell, and even their children. This legacy goes way back to this family, to his contribution in the area of boat building and sailing. Other members also with sailing out of Enigada, Osorio Norman. The Enegadans would know better than more than some these names and their contributions to other sectors more than just politics and so forth. So, Madam Speaker, we owe a great depth of gratitude to those who came before us, who endured hardships, made sacrifices, and fought for principles that they hold dear. Those who fought for the freedoms we enjoy today. Now, I think we must understand what we enjoy today is because of what they did many years ago. I am delighted that we are consistently telling our story from whence we came through the renaming of holiday to Heroes and Forefathers Day. Madam Speaker, we have to ensure that Virgin Islanders of all ages can appreciate how far we have progressed as a territory. Madam Speaker, the record shows in those early days that were so hard, or people had to travel all over the world to eke out a living. You went to Domingo, some went to Panama. There are records of some from Seacoast Bay Village walking the Panama Canal in the early 1900s. They went to Cuba. They went all over. But some had to stay here and fight. Our foreparents with unwavering determination traveled to other islands, just name them there, to work for their families. Some risked their lives to make the journey, but this was a perfect example of the Virgin Islands resilience that is ingrained in every islander's DNA. Again, Madam Speaker, the occurrences of tragedies of Beaver Islanders traveling to make a living. I think of the Perseverance in 1927 that went down, where entire families were wiped out. All the males gone. So the cost of trying to make a living, Madam Speaker, sometimes is very, very high. But yet, we endure, and yet we rise, Madam Speaker. Others stood up for justice, equality, and liberty, even when some termed them mentally ill for doing so. Madam Speaker, we have a culture here that when people are bold and go against the grain of what we say the comfort zone, to calm them down and to not give them the property they really deserve, people just dismiss him as, man, he crazy, don't study he. And one of the great injustices we did in this country was to know, like, calling him a crazy man, because we couldn't understand, couldn't see, or we were unwilling to see what he was trying to do, the implications for where he was trying to take us, the things he was trying to save us from. Madam Speaker, coming off the heels of the OECS meeting recently held in the Virgin Islands surrounding preventative health care, and as a representative for the 9th District, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the contributions of two health icons, Nurse Iris O'Neill and Nurse Romelia Smith, for their invaluable dedication and service to the communities of Virgin Gorda and Anegada. They have both been an inspiration to all of us, and we are grateful for their service. They are shining examples of a kind of dedication and leadership that can make a real difference in healthcare in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, today we are acknowledging our national heroes. As we pay tribute to our parents and heroes, let us remember their struggles, their triumphs, and their enduring spirit. Let their examples remind us of the values that unite us as a people, and let us honor their memory by striving for a better tomorrow. It's the least we can do for them. It's to show them we appreciate their sacrifices, and we will do our part in our time. I think it's what we all should aim for, and I would venture to say it's what we're all trying to do. Just sometimes we may miss the mark. Madam Speaker, as members of this Honorable House, it is our collective responsibility to carry the torch of progress that our parents and heroes envisioned. We must ensure that their sacrifices were not in vain. In fact, Madam Speaker, it is our duty to uphold the legacy they have left us. Madam Speaker, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Let us continue to honor their memory and work together to create a brighter and prosperous Virgin Islands for generations to come. May we forever be inspired by their enduring spirit of our heroes and for our parents. Madam Speaker, in our territorial song, there's a verse in there that is very dear to me, because it calls for courage for all great leaders. Madam Speaker, sometimes circumstances make heroes, or circumstances provide opportunities for persons to shine. And I've said this before. I do not think that when Theodore Falk of Anegada came to Roatan, he ever envisioned or intended a march. But what he was fighting for was so important to the people that when the masses caught his vision and joined him, he didn't back down. He said, I got to go forward whether I want to or not. That was courage. I think he was a fisherman, I don't know what else he was, but he was called to be a leader, because the people saw in him and they believed in what he was saying, because he was speaking for the people too, because they gave him things to say. But when the time came for him to rise and to lead, he didn't whimper. He didn't say, bye, not today, I'm only a fisherman. He said, let me go. It's the kind of courage all of us in here need to have when it comes to issues in this country where injustices are before us. We can't buckle and say, boy, you ain't about that. We have to be like the leaders we have. Perrine, when she was called to testify, that was her life she put on the line, because they could have killed her for testifying. We see examples today of persons who are trying to do good, what the challenges they come under. Madam Speaker, these 10 names there, I'm going to call them out again, because I don't think, like I said, I think for the first time, I must commend the Premier for bringing the summary of their contribution. And we have to make sure that that history is indeed in the schools. And even those persons who are coming to the country to live, that they too have a hand on this. I think on the Belanger or residence thing, there's a little historical thing that they have to study. We have to make sure that these kinds of things are included. The persons coming to live among us don't feel that where we are now, with the comforts and the this and that, we were always so. We are here on the shoulders of men and women who are courageous, went through great sacrifices, personal and family-wise and otherwise, to make sure that BVI didn't remain the way it was. Mr. Shelley Martin, Mrs. Perrine Georges, Mr. Augustus McCleverty, Mr. Obadiah Dawson, Mr. Henry Garnett, Mr. Theodore Faulkner, Mr. Isaac Glanville Fonseca, Mr. Carlton De Castro, Mr. H. Lavity Stout, and Mr. Noah Lloyd. I'd asked a question some time ago to the now clerk. I don't know if she remembered me asking her, the clerk, and she never got back to me. I was asking if there's some way we could give Theodore Faulkner some kind of a title posthumously. I think for what his small action led to this great movement, I think he should be given a specific title. I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, what that title would be. But I think the for the Sis kind of alluded to it. They get the Heroes for Parents Act that prescribes how these persons are to be referred to and their families for generations to come. We have to, I got to do some more research into how we do that. But Madam Speaker, my uncle told me I was born when all the lights were shining. I'm not really sure exactly what he meant, apart from maybe street lights, because in his day they had none. But I think what he really meant is that opportunities that I had as a child, they never had when they were growing up. Yet, despite this, Madam Speaker, people always, you've heard it, always made us feel almost ashamed of our own culture. And we grew up with NOLA and all these different stories about other places. We hear about every place else. And I guarantee you, if I carry anybody, except for a few old people to Virgin Islands, and start asking you about London Well, Captain Bun Old Mill, Alamander Rock, Joseph Rock, nobody gonna know these things because nobody has valued that these were integral parts of our history. From way back when a person would go, before you had wells, the water rocks. We would wash your clothes and we get the fruit trees and where to water the cattle. And the cattle tax was mentioned, I think the Premier mentioned cattle tax earlier, I think in reference to Mr. McCleverty. And I don't think it's really appreciated the role of cattle in this economy. Cattle wasn't just food. There was a severe drought in the BVI, more Virgin Islands than Tortola, around 1957, 59. It was so dry, Madam Speaker, that I take the cows and so forth onto the quays to get water. There was no water in Virgin Islands. And I remember one lady died during that time, and you couldn't even get the ground dug. It was so hard. They had to get seawater to throw in the hole, to soften the earth, to dig the hole. The reason why it became such a devastating thing, because at that time, you could have sold a cow in St. Thomas and buy 1 acre of land. And that's just some of those folks who are farmers had so much land. Because one cow could have bought you 1 acre if you got a cow sold in St. Thomas. So when the cows in the BVI dying, our people started land leaving and opportunities leaving. It was more than just milk and food and all the balaclava and things they used to make from milk and the waterless coffee I've heard about. They call it like cappuccino now. We were doing that back in the 50s, called milk and coffee. Was no water in it, but now you pay a lot of money for it. They have defined. So, Madam Speaker, we must cherish our culture, we must value our culture, and we must make sure, Madam Speaker, that it is written down, Jenny Whitley, I would say, and Miss, can't remember her name, write it down, pass it on. We must become a culture of readers, Dr. Smith, and also a culture of writers. I know sometimes we feel that what we have is not valued anything.
Member, I just may remind you of your time, please.
10 more minutes?
No, member.
Oh, well, Madam Speaker didn't tell me. So I'll just end by saying, Madam Speaker, I commend all the families for being here today who started fit to come here to hear and to see their parents being honored in this significant way, and to encourage all of us to be readers of our history and writers of our history. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution on this very historic and important resolution that's before us this afternoon, going into the evening. Madam Speaker, I'm normally long-winded, but I'm saving my wind today. But I think it's important for me to lend my voice to this very important resolution before us. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the government. I heard the Premier's initial opening remarks. He talked about heroes and villains. And I assure him he has no villains in opposition today. I think this is one of those situations where, as a House, we're on the same page. And I believe that when something is good, you must say it's good. You must celebrate it. And we're here today to celebrate our heroes and for our fathers. In particular, I want to commend the government for making the decision to change the holidays, particularly this holiday that we're about to celebrate on Monday, and particularly the one in November, which depicts the Great March of 1949. I think those are two significant steps in the right direction, and I believe when things are good, as I said, you have to acknowledge and move forward. It speaks to our progression. It speaks to us moving forward. And Madam Speaker, the 10 persons that are here before us, and we have their bios and what they've contributed, and I would not dare to go into the details that my honorable colleagues went in earlier, as I believe that all of them did a very good job in chronicling the life, the contributions of all the members that were, particularly the Premier, in his opening statements. But I will speak to some elements of it. But Madam Speaker, it speaks to us moving forward in not knowing our history. I went through my years in BVI High School. I went to the HLSCC College before I went off to study. And at no time I can recall being taught about any of these individuals that we're here celebrating today. And I'm sure if we survey, do a survey now in the Virgin Islands, 19 out of 20 persons would say the same thing. They know little or nothing of any individuals we're celebrating today. Exactly. And it speaks to the fact that we are missing the mark in telling our story. We're missing the mark in documenting our story. I think it's Marcus Garvey who said, "A people without knowledge of their past, history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." And we're at a point right now where our roots are dwindling away. And if we don't fix it and fix it soon, we will soon don't have a view of who we are, whose we are, and where we've come from as a people. So in that vein, I want to commend Dr. Angel Dawson and Dr. Smith, Kathy Smith. Angel Smith. You're Dawson too, right? Angel Smith, I apologize. Dr. Angel Smith. For the work that they do and the work that they continue to do to accurately document the history and the contributions of our people and our forefathers. I said the word accurately, because that's important, because you could document it and document the wrong thing, and we tell the wrong history to us, ourselves, and our next generation. And I want to commend you, both Dr. Smiths, for your contributions to this endeavor. And we need to encourage other persons to work in this vein, to document the history and also to tell it. We have many educators in this honorable House who understand that importance. And I reflect particularly on the forerunners of the Great March, Sophia Faulkner, Fonseca, and De Castro, and the way they were able to galvanize a nation around a cause. Around the time when we didn't have any phones, barely any transportation, or anything of the sort to really get the message out as efficiently as we do today, they were able to get 1,500 persons to march in the streets of road towns from across this Virgin Islands. That represented at the time more than 25% of the population. Think about that. In a time now where we have instant messaging,
social media, all the things to get news out instantly. We call a march today for a vote because you're lucky if you got 5 people outside there. You're lucky if you have 5 people outside and fighting for that cause for this country. So there's a saying that we woke, this generation saying that they woke, or we're wide fast asleep in terms of what we need to do to move this country forward and the issues that affect us as a people. And we have some responsibility to take as leaders. There are certain things that are important for us to galvanize around. Sit down around the table and come forward a common position and a way forward for us as a country and as a people. And we have to educate the population. A lot of miseducation is being done out there in terms of the way forward. And these individuals, the Faulkner, De Castro, Fonseca, Noah Lloyds, they fought behind the motto, it wasn't about them. It was about service above self, as the Rotary motto speaks to. Sacrifice themselves, their family, who are here, many of who are here with us today, to ensure that they had a better Virgin Islands, that I had a better Virgin Islands, and that my child, my son, and my nieces and nephews will have a better Virgin Islands. Can we say the same for us, the leaders of today? Are we making the same sacrifices, the same commitment to do that? If we aren't, we need some introspection. We need to look in the mirror. All of us, me, you, Dr. Dawson, the front bench, my colleagues in opposition, and refocus. I think this is an opportunity this weekend and Monday coming to refocus our efforts, redouble our efforts, and decide on where we want to take our country, our Virgin Islands. These men have done some great things, tremendous things to set the foundation and put the BVI on a trajectory that we were on, and we have seemed to plateau. And some would say we're going in the opposite direction. But I'm a man of optimism. I grew up with old people as well, Honorable Reimer. I was raised by my grandmother for the most part at Chapel Hill, and I spent many years with my grandfather in Parham Town. And I always talk about being hopeful. I always talk about positive energy and moving forward. I believe that the best years for our territory is ahead of us. Just like those men that we're here celebrating too thought when they look as darkest, as glimmest, as doomest during their period. They thought that the best days for our country was ahead of us. And we have a responsibility to ensure that we move in that direction. And part of that, as I said, is the education. We've done some good work, particularly in 2011 to 2018 when we had the territorial symbols, the territorial song, and they laid the foundation in sort of who we are as a people, as Virgin Islanders. I think the former minister is a little modest in not talking about some of the work he led as a minister to get us to that point. And government's a continuum, and all of us in this house have a responsibility to move in the next direction to get us to that space. We have to do that. So I treasure, I acknowledge the contributions of all these great men and women who laid the foundation for Virgin Islands. H.L. Stout is the one that my generation best knows and understands about his contribution particularly. I recall him and I have a connection of sorts that he died, he passed on my birthday actually in May 14th, 1995. And every time that comes along, you sort of reflect on a lot of things in your personal life, in the life of your country. And you reflect on the things that he stood for, the contribution that he made in terms of development, not just of the infrastructure and the school and all those things, but in the development in people. I got an opportunity to get a scholarship to go to university because of the work that he did, and the foundation and persons like him laid, to have the funds available, to have the scholarships available, so persons like myself, who could not ordinarily afford to go to college, got to get a world-class education in Philadelphia, Temple University, because of the work and the sacrifice and the toiling of persons like himself. So all of us who are recipients of that level of hard work, that level of sacrifice, that level of tenacity,
determination, have a responsibility to pay it forward to the next generation. I will do my part as a member of this House, Madam Speaker. I urge all my colleagues and persons outside of this House of Assembly, let us as a country, over this weekend, do some introspective reasoning amongst ourselves, within ourselves, with our colleagues and our peers, about what we want to see and what we want for our Virgin Islands. Do not let anyone come in and dictate and depict what our Virgin Islands should look like. There has to be a conversation for us, a conversation on what we want to see on the way forward. And Premier, and I hope you're listening, we can't do it as a government and an opposition fighting against each other. We have to do it as a House of Assembly. We have to do it as a people of these Virgin Islands collectively. We are not going to always agree. We're going to have our challenges and our disagreements on the way forward. But let us humbly agree that we must move forward, and move forward we must, and come to some kind of consensus on the way forward. So again, to the family who are here with us today, I want to thank you personally for your sacrifice, and for our fathers and for our parents' sacrifice that they've given to this country and the development of this country. As political leaders, we know it all too well. Most of the times, it is our families who take the brunt of the blows when it comes to the work that we do. You know, we try to play tough, and we have to play it up for the camera. When you go home and you have to deal with it, just especially in this modern day, the kind of blows that we get privately and otherwise. I imagine the same thing is true for you and your families, and the sacrifices that you made to get your forefathers to make the contributions they've made for this country. So I want to publicly, on behalf of myself and my family and my constituency, thank you and your forefathers for the sacrifice they've made for this country and the people of this territory and this development. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and look forward to celebrate this holiday on Monday.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I recognize the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're here this afternoon to bestow upon these 10 individuals this huge honor of national hero and for parents, as national heroes and for parents, in the form of Mr. Shelley Martin, Miss Perrine Georges, Mr. Augustus McCleverty, Mr. Obadiah Dawson, Mr. Henry Garnett, Mr. Theodore Faulkner, Mr. Isaac Glanville Fonseca, Mr. Carlton DeCastro, Mr. H. Laverty Stout, and Mr. Noah Lloyd. Madam Speaker, in different periods of our existence, these people have made bold and unapologetic contributions to the society. And during the period of slavery, Perrine Georges put her life on the line to stand up for justice, stand up against oppression, especially racial oppression. Theodore Faulkner, Glanville Fonseca, Carlton DeCastro, in 1949, they marched again because of injustice. And look what it brought us. It brought our legislature back to the Virgin Islands since 1950. H. Laverty Stout, Noah Lloyd in 67, 66, about thereabout, with a positive action movement. They sought to liberate the Virgin Islands, which later on turned out to be an economic liberation. But at the time when they were liberating the Virgin Islands, they were liberating it from racism. Whitcomb's Key, 1 and 2, and Anegada. Imagine had those leases hold, where would the people of the Virgin Islands be today? Even in the presence of financial services and $203 million or $20 million that we collect directly into our treasury from financial services, the question is, would it have existed? Considering the contribution that Wickham's Key makes to financial services in the form of all those structures that have been erected and our people who have been able to develop Wickham's Key, would it have existed? Then Laverty Stout. In 1968, the vision was before 68, but in 68, it transformed in 68 when he opened up that comprehensive high school. I know what it meant to have that high school, comprehensive school, because as you heard a little earlier, prior to that, only 25 students were able to go to secondary school throughout the territory, 25 students. And those were 25, well, let me get into that. 25 students going into secondary school. They weren't always the best. Because if you came from where I came from, you could pass, but you're not sure you're going to get in. I know it happened to me. I did get in, but it happened to me. So, in 1967, 68, when the school opened, from 150 student secondary school, it went to 800 overnight. That's when everybody, all and sundry, came into Rotong and went to high school. And a lot of people take it for granted. They think it was always there. It wasn't. Only a select few went to secondary school. That was the vision of H. Laverty Stout and his passion for education. The question I have, Madam Speaker, is have we, as a country and our people, lived up to the expectations and the standards set by these people? I would tell you, Madam Speaker, in my humble opinion, I don't think we do. I don't think we did. If you take, I'll go back to Corinne Georges. This lady put her life, her family's life on the line by going to testify against this barbarian, this inhumane individual for killing a man for a mango. Keep that in mind. The next time you go and take somebody's mango, remember this. Someone got killed for taking somebody's mango. He picked it up off the ground. He probably was competing with a pig. Pig was coming for the mango and he had to rush to get it. He got it, he got killed. That was before, that was during slavery. Today, Jasper brought in the COI. The COI came. They called in all and sundry, every legislator, including former chief ministers and premiers, to humiliate us. And what happened? All people were outside yeah, get him. That was not the spirit of this lady, Corinne Georges. The COI should have been chased out of this place. What do they see us as? Bunch of corrupt individuals who, by the way, were elected by you, the people. We didn't come here because we were better looking than everyone else out on the street, so you sent us here. We came here because we presented you with a program and a plan which you thought was better than everyone else, and we got elected. We served to the best of our ability as honest and decent individuals. We have families. Just as you, the family members of the people that we are honoring here today, you're here, you're proud of them. And I'm proud of you. I'm glad you came out, because I know the feeling. Families are so important to those who serve. More important than the public would know, and more important than even the families know. You take a lot of heat for us. We're here to let you know today that we stand with you, and we're happy for you. There are those who question the names on the list as to why we waited until they have been deceased in order to come forward and honor them. I'm one of those who believe that people on lists like this should be those who are deceased. When you get this honor bestowed upon you, an honor like this bestowed upon you, this is a huge honor. If you're dead, there's no way you can screw up. This is on here for life. We give you that honor now. So there is some merit to all this. What all people need to understand is the march forward, developing ourselves, meaning developing the territory. What they need to do in order to see where we are today and where we need to go, take a look at what's taking place in the rest of the world. Right there in Western Africa, the group of countries, 14 countries to be exact, called Francophone countries, got independence way back in the 1960s. Up until today, they have to deposit 50% of their reserve in the French Central Bank. The currency they spend is printed by France, called franc-CFA. They're still colonized, and no one is saying anything about it. Why isn't the British government saying anything about it? As wrong as it is, they can't, because they have us colonized, and they don't want the French to say anything about what they're doing. We're human beings. We don't need anyone to colonize us. Intelligent human beings, I may add. We can paddle our own canoes. And that's what I'm talking about. Did we as a people advance at the rate that these people expected us to, based on what they have done? Again, I say we failed. But it's not too late, Madam Speaker, it's not too late. We still have the opportunity to grow and move forward and do the things that are necessary to make this territory the great country that we all expect it to be and that we should aspire for it to be. This initiative, I applaud the initiative, but I still think that this initiative should have been an initiative of the legislature and not one of the executive. The question I have, does the legislature have the capacity to bring an initiative like this forward? Does it have the capacity? I venture to say no. And it's because of us. We haven't grown to the level that we're supposed to grow. We need to establish a committee in the House that's responsible for national heroes, who can vet these things. Who would know who the national heroes of this territory are better than the representatives? I do believe that the representative for the 5th district would know if there are heroes in his district. Bring them forward. The committee of the House will look at it. And there's the role that the people from the executive played will not change, Madam Speaker. We would have to lean on the historians. Is what we're thinking right? Is it correct? And they will let us know. The committee would have resources to vet these things. So I think that the Premier could get far better support in matters like this if the whole House is involved. We don't know what the criteria was, how they were established, how they were selected, but yet we are asked to come here and pass this resolution. The resolution would have no difficulties getting passed. I could promise you that. Everyone in this House today is going to vote in favor of the resolution. Like the member for the 6th said, it should be in the form of legislation. And it's not too late. We could always turn this into legislation, which I'm sure we will. But the suggestion is a valid one. And it would come, as he said, complete with all the attachments as to what being a national hero means, what benefit does one derive from it, what you should and should not do in order to, well, these folks doesn't have any restrictions because there's nothing that they can do. But what a national hero should be like, what kind of benefits they will be getting, their families or whomever. And we really want to make this thing, what we're doing, Madam Speaker, we're building institutions in the territory. And once we build these institutions, we can start demanding our liberation because we are ready. We can show that we're ready, not only by advocating it in speech, but we show it by the development of our various institutions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I see, when I look at the list, and I look at someone like Noah Lloyd, I ask myself the question, you know, when there are some things in this world, when you speak, Sears and Roebuck, there's two. You can't say Sears and not say Roebuck. They're two people, they go together. Noah Lloyd and Lindley DeCastro, the Positive Action Movement. I can't see how one will go without the other. Someone would have to explain this to me. Why isn't Lindley DeCastro on the list as a national hero coming out of Positive Action? I know, I was around at the time when this whole thing happened. They said Noah Lloyd was crazy, but Noah Lloyd wasn't crazy. Noah Lloyd did what Noah Lloyd had to do to stay out of prison. So he pretended to be crazy. Once he got used to pretending to be crazy, he stayed crazy, but he wasn't crazy. Ras Uhuru and Noah Lloyd were together all the time along this whole journey in doing the same things. They did the same things together. It's just that somewhere along the line, someone forgot to stand up for Ras Uhuru, who's Lindley DeCastro. Well, I'm telling you now, he belongs on this list just like Noah Lloyd. We have a park designated for Noah Lloyd at Positive Action. I think that, Madam Speaker, for those of us who have traveled and know different, when I say this, they will say the same thing about putting lights around the roundabout. You can't blame me. If you don't travel and see these things in the world, you will think it's crazy. When you travel enough, you see these things and you just see it and keep your mouth shut. But in the Virgin Islands, you know, you could say anything and get away with it. But getting back to that park in Noah Lloyd, I think that a national monument for Noah Lloyd should be erected in that park. And in that national monument should be his body. Should exhume his body from wherever it is and bury him in the park. Of course, you're going to get all the pushback in the world for this kind of stuff, but traveling, you will see these things. Travel, you'll see these things. Where you got national heroes and you designate something for them, whether it's a park, a museum, or whatever it is, their body is in there. When you hear them talk about the American presidents and the library of the president of so and so and so, it's there. This country just need, you got a lot of forward-thinking people in this country. The only thing is, the difficulty is to bring people along to understand what it is you're doing. Because you would find yourself so many years ahead of yourself. And you retard yourself after a while. Start retarding yourself after a while. But where this lady was, Perrine Georges was, where she was at the time that she did what she did, she didn't care about herself. She didn't care about the fact that, you know, I may not walk the street again after I said what I'm going to say and after I do what I'm going to do. And she didn't know that she was going to end up on this list as a national hero. But whether she lived or whether she died, she was going to end up on this list because our premier, I heard him on the radio the other day saying that I am not advocating for independence of the Virgin Islands. I'm saying to myself, hey, dude, stop. I'm only talking about self-determination. I say, hey, dude, stop. What are you apologizing for? It's nothing to apologize for. If you don't do it today in 2023, somebody's going to come and do it in 50, 55. What's the difference? The difference is that we have lost 30 years for something that we should have done or could have done. If you have that vision today, let's pursue it. And I know you do. You brand yourself as a person who admired Noah Lloyd and wanted to do the kind of things that he did. He even wore his shoes and his t-shirt. So we have heroes. We just have to take it to the next level. H. Laverty Stout, he's got a college. He built a college, H. Laverty Stout Community College, which is 2 years. Again, what have we done since he's done that? If I go back to the high school and come back to the college, go back to the high school. The high school is there. We haven't moved that high school to accreditation. The former minister, who was at one time full speed ahead back between 2007 and 2011, full speed ahead, got this close to getting it accredited, and after that administration went away, it fizzled out. The college got accredited, but the high school was ahead of the college. Now, as far as the college is concerned, it's still a 2-year college. Why have we moved it to a 4-year college? Somebody please tell me, why? Laverty Stout gave us a 2-year college. Why couldn't we advance it to a 4-year college? Somebody tell me. We have to build on what people has done. And that building process should not take forever. There is a time period which keeps us relevant. We can't deliver within that time period. Our relevance has been lost.
Member, may I remind you of your time, please?
I figure being last, you get a lot more than others. I'm a last child, you know.
I didn't get that, Honorable. Did you say something?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I said I figured being last, you get a lot more than others.
Oh, no, Honorable.
And since I'm a last child, I should know.
Oh, no, Honorable. I gave you 22.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. Again, I'd like to thank the relatives for coming, and I hope that this experience that you've had here today, because you came to see us honor your foreparents, that you would come back for other sittings, because we do some interesting work here sometimes, so you could come back for other sittings. I want to thank the Premier for bringing this document forward, and he has my full support on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank all the members who contributed to this very important debate on this momentous occasion. Madam Speaker, I just want to say something shortly on the process moving forward after we would have declared these national heroes. It is envisioned that we'll have a nomination process in which additional heroes can be designated at regular intervals. I think right now the proposal is every 5 years. You can put forward nominations for persons to be considered as national heroes. But let me acknowledge the work on national heroes which has been done by the Ministry of Education under the leadership of Honorable Myron Walwyn, former minister. Honorable Walwyn put together a committee of some very good individuals. I remember persons like Charles Wheatley was on that committee. I think now Honorable Vincent Wheatley was on that committee. Brenda Tai Letsam and a few other very capable individuals were on that committee. They put together a very solid criteria, very solid process, and they even drafted a bill. The Honorable Myron Walwyn spoke about a bill. And his proposal, I favor his proposal of going ahead and enshrining this process in legislation. And I believe that's something that we can get done during this term. But I want to thank the members of that committee for the work which they did. And obviously the former minister, I'll thank him as well for his leadership. And I also want to thank the members of this present committee. And I'll try to see if I could go off memory and thank a few of them. Obviously, I want to thank Dr. Kathy Smith, the Director of Culture. On that committee, we had Miss Annika Christopher, who was a member of the Youth Parliament. I think also representation from Virgin Gorda, from a sister island of Virgin Gorda. We had VICA, representative of VICA, which is a civic organization, Virgin Islands Communal Association. And Melissa Pata was here today representing VICA, and I believe some of the other members here are members of VICA as well. We also had Mr. Ron Potter from the Eastern Long Look Heritage Society. Now, I also mentioned Bernadine Louis, who is the director of Virgin Islands Studies at East Laverty Stoutt Community College. Dr. Richard Georges was a part of the committee. He's our poet laureate, as well as the president of East Laverty Stoutt Community College. We had representation from the Premier's office. When the committee was established, Ms. Najan Christopher was on the committee. We had representation from the Ministry of Education. I believe perhaps maybe Director of Culture was representation from Education. I can't quite remember if the Permanent Secretary was on, but we also had at the beginning of the committee, Mrs. Carolyn O'Neill Morton was on the committee, and presently the Permanent Secretary in the Premier's office is heading that committee, which is Mrs. Carolyn Stout Igwe, who I would like to give my sincere thanks to her for helping to get us to this point, and also for her work for the celebration of our educators 80 and over, which will be taking place on the holiday on Monday. And just to say, I believe that during the debate we would have had very useful proposals and suggestions. Names put forward like Christopher Fleming and Lindy DiCastro and others, I believe, were mentioned, worthy of being considered. And of course, as a House, we'll work on the legislation together. We'll ensure that the criteria is fit for purpose and the nomination process is fit for purpose. And of course, so as it becomes a law, it will be beyond any particular administration. It will be a law of the land that we'll all have ability to contribute to. And again, I just want to recognize and thank those persons who remained here with us in the gallery. A few have left, understandably, of course. But thank those who have remained here for the entire debate. And Madam Speaker, very much looking forward to having for the first time officially declared national heroes through this resolution. And also, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and your entire team for helping to facilitate this special sitting of the House. And I also want to thank the opposition members who are very supportive of the process. And certainly, we wouldn't be able to pass this resolution without the opposition. I think that's appropriate given the circumstances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been passed. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7.2, private members' business. Item number 8, other business. Item number 9, adjournment.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a motion to adjourn the House to Tuesday, the 31st of October 2023 at 10 a.m.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 31st of October 2023 at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The House has been adjourned until Tuesday, the 31st of October 2023.